Welcome back. To Workers and Resources. Back in our republic, MegaCity 19, maybe for the last time in this republic. We will see if it will recover itself, or if this is the end for this republic. Looking pretty grim. Productivity, happiness, loyalty all crashing down. It might stabilize itself. Pollution will go down as the workforce shrinks. The next 2 years, I guess, will give a good indication to see if it is recoverable or not. But I don't want to make any specific arrangements for it. I wouldn't be sad if this republic came to a close, because I would be happy to start something new. But I also would be fine if it continues. I just don't want to just rush around, get migrants and all that. I think a megacity, once it is running, should be able to survive on its own, and new migrants are not the correct approach. Because it could extend a megacity indefinitely. And I don't know. I don't feel like I want to do that. Still not 100% sure about the issue that afflicted us. It is probably people with serious crimes causing mass drops in happiness. We do have a lot of people with 100% criminality. At least it looked like that last time. Or maybe we have a small amount of people with 100% criminality that remained dormant and not captured for a while. But hopefully, we're working on that now. And if it recovers, I'm happy to continue as well. But we'll have to see. The minor crimes will just go out of capacity, which is fine. We will try and focus on these serious cases now. Maybe that is a better approach for this situation, where the serious criminals need to be brought to justice. Because if they have 100% criminality, that is maybe a little bit too much. We'll see. Hello, Rickety Railway. Welcome. So I think in a year or two, we'll probably know more. 90% criminality, Manturov, Zenon Alesnarovich. Do we have the population increase research ready to go? Not yet. Unfortunately. I think we can reduce the amount of staff here for now. I think we'll shut off this university. This is there to boost loyalty, but I think for the time being we need professors in the central one to just provide a generic amount of higher education so we can centralize the amount of people having access to it. We will open up the medical university again if we need the research. But I'd rather both staff and professors go to one university and provide education for as many people as possible. With the checkbox enabled, of course. The loyalty itself, not as important, I don't think. It would be nice if it would raise up, of course, but with the university, it's not the priority at the moment. We did have a pretty big crash of higher educated citizens, though. Together with the other crash, I mean, every population group basically crashed, except the uneducated. Our orphanages did not catch the crash, because the workers left and then no population was caught in the orphanages reliably. But we do have some, keeping the population growth a little bit stable. Did crash about 5,000 people, so it's quite a significant crash. But I mean, these crashes have happened in other republics as well. But in those we always, I think, well, I don't remember if we used migration to fix them. I just think for MegaCity that doesn't make much sense thematically. It should be a bulwark against issues. The big monument providing 6% loyalty on its own to a significant portion of our republic is in a pretty good spot. That might help. We will see. Kindergarten's not active enough. Probably need to tell it to actually work here, because we could reliably get a ton more workers if the kindergarten was at least staffed. So maybe you... If the orphanage is 4, orphanage 3. If that one is full, go work in the kindergarten. And then after that, other buildings are fine. But if we get more workers here reliably, then... Actually, the kindergarten should probably be first. Yeah, let's put the kindergarten first. Because the kindergarten has way fewer people working in it. And it will provide a lot more workers in return. So I think this should be staffed at all times. So all these slots, like one worker provides basically room for 4 children, which can then free up those parents to work elsewhere, so it does make sense. I hope the loyalty prison is going to catch itself. That's kind of like my... that would be my, like, I'm going to throw the towel in if I lose my access to loyalty, because, like I said, I'm not going to allow myself to get migrants, so I would then lose access to the attempt to make high loyalty happen. I might have to encourage more people to go into this courthouse here. There should be a lot of people available to do that. I guess they're missing regular staff because they're sending highly educated people into the court staff slots. That might start catching up at some point, but yeah. Not looking ideal. We'll shut down the vehicle production, encourage the highly educated workers and regular staff to go elsewhere. Money is not the main issue right now. We are undergoing a transformation towards loans, but that is also something we can fix at a later time. Right now the population growth is the most important issue we should solve. In the meantime, they will work on giving us the ability to send resources to the chemical factory. Hello, Scarlet. Welcome. Good morning. We had a nice coffee nap. I'll have to remember to turn all these buildings on again if things stabilize. Just woke up. Oh, it looks like there's another dive going to happen. Like, we'll just lost 45 people in a matter of a week again. I think people are extremely unhappy about the criminality. We need to get this courthouse staffed and running. I'm going to limit the amount of workers in the school. I might even shut off the secret police right now. Who's working in the secret police anyway? That seems like I'm sending people there by Explicit demand. I think I'm gonna shut off the secret police for now. Regular police will stick around. Send more workers in here. Let's go. We need to kind of deal with all these serious cases. I guess going for the minor cases was nice to fill up the prisons with a lot of people, but it didn't really solve the loyalty and happiness issues because the significant majority of criminals is still at large. So in our case, we need to work on those serious crimes, I think. Pollution is finally letting off, giving us a little bit of increased life expectancy. Now the question is, will this translate to a population growth? With the current happiness and loyalty situation, it seems unlikely. Can I get the birth rate increase tech? No, still not available. Only decreased birth rate. Since we're in an emergency recovery situation, I will go for the increased birth rate technology as soon as it is available. But I don't know if it's gonna work. We'll have to focus on it to get it done before winter, I think. And if the people leave again, they are going to just take their children with them. So many people going to the police station instead of the courthouse. I guess we'll turn off the police station for now. I want that courthouse to work. Turn it off. No cases. All vehicles get back here. No more cases. Hopefully that'll add more workers to the courthouse so we can deal with existing cases. The large police station can probably deal with the current amount of cases because our population count is so small. We'll need those smaller police stations in the future. Definitely keep the warning messages enabled again for them, because they will be quite important. Let us know if something goes wrong. Oh, university. Reduce the amount of workers here. Probably shut it off even. But no, we need some more highly educated workers. I'll run it at like a very reduced level. Once we have cleared the courthouse, we can increase the amount of workers in the university again and then start with the school again, etc. I mean, the school is fine as it is right now. 100% criminality, Rabinovich. 100% criminality, Vazov. 100% criminality, Sidnikov. 33% criminality, Montorov. 100% criminality, Kanadova. So we should definitely handle criminal cases going to the courthouse. Mega Monkey, that's way too happy of an emote for the stream right now. I don't know what you're thinking. I'll accept it. Oh, I see. Thank you for being a moderator for 30 months. Much appreciated. Okay, we're getting a little bit of population growth. But it's not looking great because it's very flat and it's already June. I don't know. Oh, Jonathan. Welcome. On our birth rate. I don't care about small cases. Get to the serious crimes that are very lengthy court cases. Torgus can just starve to death for all I care. Why not say? What? Gave up trying to build the next city faster. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Are you gonna do that celebration monthly now, Mega Monkey? Because it wasn't after like 3 years, it was after 30 months, which... I don't know. Could happen a lot more often. Okay, that looks better. More workers in the courthouse. Can't believe we never... I don't know when that setting happened where we didn't deal with serious crimes anymore. That must have been a misclick. I don't remember it. Definitely not intentional. He was only on channels without subs, maybe. Criminality reduction of 5% for 4 years. That would be 5 per tick times 4. 5 ticks per year times 4 is 20 ticks by 5% is exactly 100. So we should be able to get the criminality down of everyone getting into prison, I think, at that rate. Are the shops still queuing outside? Sometimes, I mean they were always doing that. Starvation is 250 people. It's not a huge issue. Nutrition looks better now. There's no more 97%. There's one 98%er here, but it now looks fine, I would say. Build more shops? No. I'm not gonna build more stuff. I need to use existing facilities. Barely waiting like 5-6 hours before they can shop, it's fine. They even got like 8 hours of their 16-hour free time to go and do sport. Who needs sleep? Only fine now because 3k people left. It was fine before too. It was not the issue. You gotta believe. Now I'm gonna start with that saying, so you have to be just accepting of that. You gotta believe. Two years. 2025 is, I guess, in December when we can make a call if the population decline stops and is on a recovery trend, or it just keeps going down. I mean, if we drop below 10,000 people, it's looking pretty grim. If we drop another 5,000 people, that would put us on like starting levels of the city. But I think the city is robust enough. I think it's... I'm gonna eat my words probably, but I think it's robustly designed where it shouldn't need too many changes and should hopefully stabilize. I believe the issue was a crime wave in the making, where I just didn't deal with people who built up to 100% criminality and then caused massive drops in happiness and loyalty when they caused criminality to happen very regularly. I don't know how the criminality exactly works in regards to how often they cause issues and stuff like that, but I would assume it is very, very brutal once it gets up to 100%. Happiness went up. We're up to 51%, above average. I don't know if we had that last winter, last population drop. I think it just went... Oh no, we did have that too. Okay. It went up for like a couple months, which it is doing now too. Hopefully we get all the highly criminal elements out of the society so we can get back to a happiness recovery phase. But yeah, focus on the serious and medium crimes. The other ones, who cares? My approach, I don't think, was the right way. I think I need to deal with the extremely criminal elements that cause serious crimes all over, which presumably has a ton of criminality. My god, there's so many. But yeah, good amount of work is in here now. Get it done. I don't want to increase the duration they stay in prison, because that is just going to overload our prison system eventually. Just get stuff done. I could auto-drop all minor cases, I guess, to not have to micromanage that, which I think I will do. Let's focus on the serious crimes and medium crimes for now. Also tram game, good. Fell asleep at the second stop and woke up to barbaric. It was okay, like the physics seem good. There's not a lot to do yet. It was basically a, here's a tram you can drive around, see how it feels, and that's what it did. It's like a early alpha test. I'm not sure what the meta game is going to be. We drove some potato sacks around. it felt and looked like workers and resources in first and third person, which was really nice. But yeah, I mean, the meta game, what you're gonna do, I guess that's the important bit. They're gonna make something like OMSI, where you have to talk to people and give them change and stuff like that. That could be interesting, but I'm not sure. That is still open. Yeah, we're gonna drop all minor crimes for now and focus on medium and serious. Serious and medium crimes. Happiness climbing, yeah. They did that last year too, so I wouldn't count that as a success just yet. But it is something. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. Last year it went from 54.4 to 55.1. So it climbed by 0.7%, which is not a lot. We dropped below 50, 49.8. Already climbed a little bit more than that. Almost by a whole percent. I'm not sure it's going to continue. Birth rate research? Yes, let's go. No students here. Get them all out. Recover the Republic, please. We need to be a lot more careful with criminality. I didn't know it was that fragile of a system in regards to criminality, if that is actually the cause. I believe it to be because of how many 100% criminal elements we have, but they were quite hidden. Because we're dealing fine with with medium and low crimes, but let the high crimes just not get any punishment whatsoever for some reason. Okay, this looks pretty good now. Hand over the goods. No. Fragile? You're pushing the limits of everything here. Yeah, which makes it fragile. I didn't know it was that fragile. I thought I designed something well. I thought we designed a republic that was robust against pollution and everything else. Shouldn't have any issues with a little bit of criminality, like... How many is that, like... 1% of people having 100% criminality? Is that really an issue? I don't think so. Yeah, maybe we can let the Republic run where we're just doing with serious and medium crimes until this is stable again. No electronics, limited food, limited free time activities, excessive pollution, limited healthcare. It's a miracle the city works at all. They don't usually have issues with food and free time activities. They're able to do everything they want. It's just now there's fewer workers, so maybe they have to walk a little bit further to get what they want, and walk to the correct building where there is actually a worker. No radio and TV too? Well, that's just normal. Criminal Conrad. 51% says happiness says otherwise. I think 51% is stable. The issue is people get hit by crime and immediately drop so much happiness and loyalty that they leave. Like if this was a natural happiness count, I would be fine with it. 51% should be okay. Usually it's always winter whenever I see you playing this game. Well, you just have to wait another 3 months or so and then it's gonna start snowing. Eine Sportzigarette. Welcome. Oh, they should add a table tennis building. That would be nice. Look at that. Loyalty is like stabilizing at 32%. Beautiful. Only the deaths would improve fixed population preference for building moving around. What is not correct with that? I think that works as intended. Hey, slightly dummy when prioritizing where to go. I think it's random. And you can set the preferences where they are allowed to go. So it just picks a building at random. So it's basically like a flat distribution. I think it prefers buildings that already have people in them, because sometimes I see buildings that don't have anyone in them, so I think people that already house someone have a slightly higher preference, or vastly higher preference. But other than that, I think if they pick a new building from an empty pool of empty ones, they choose random. I believe. Maybe it's weighted based on happiness and loyalty, but I'm not sure. That would require a science time to clarify. Hello, Ixie. Welcome. I don't know, this death spiral has certainly reinvigorated my enjoyment of this run though. If it fails or if it succeeds, the recovery I mean, regardless, I would be happy to play more workers and resources. At least at that, it added more challenge to it. How's the recovery? Unclear. I think this year we're not gonna see much of it. I just started population growth increase. It started quite late. I'm not sure we're gonna see any benefit. I hope by the end of 2025 we will know if the Republic is now settling in to a stable equilibrium and slowly recovering, or if it's just gonna be on a continuous downward trend. Enjoying your citizens suffering? No, I'm enjoying the added challenge. Hello Schlendrian. Welcome. There's a couple more amusement buildings in. I can't build anything right now. We need to let the maintenance stuff recover. That was another thing. Excessive amount of maintenance. Something like that. If those buildings catch fire, that would be horrendous. Like, no construction right now. Well, of course it's an issue. We're still building the chemical plant stuff here, so they're still focusing on other things. And I should really pause them, but I don't know. Saw you on the AH Discord. I hope it becomes video worthy soon. I don't know what that abbreviation means right now. Oh, Alien Horizon. Yes. I hope it becomes streamable soon. Armored Horse, yeah. No Alien Horizon. Workers and resources in space, basically. We played the Steam version of that, but there is a playtest version right now. But they're asking not to have that streamed, so we will of course abide by that and not stream it. And I'm not gonna play it until it can be streamed. Hopefully it's not gonna be too long, but we'll see. Okay, I think things are slowly catching up. Once all serious and medium crimes are dealt with, I guess we can start on the minor crimes again to try and get overall happiness up, because minor crimes do not affect loyalty, just happiness, and I think only by the person who is actually affected by the crime. But of course we need to deal with the minor crimes to make sure medium and serious crimes don't happen that much. But right now we don't have the capacity. Until we make sure all of these have run through. We have a new what? A playtest version of Alien Horizon on their Discord. I read it to say 4 years ago and just decided on a simple plan. Just build a wall mod and bust people over there. That works. Okay, I think we're gonna throw in minor cases again. I might revert that. If it's set to 0 years, it also doesn't count as a expired prosecution. I don't think there's a negative effect to expired prosecution, just that it triggers the excessive caseload. The notification to the player. So yeah, I'm still dealing with crime. Presumably that's our root cause of the issues. If happiness finally starts trending upwards by more than 2%, I think we're on a recovery trend. We just have to make sure not to run into any other situations like running out of highly educated people or things like that. Or having our loyalty prison become disloyal, which would be the worst. I wonder why they're not putting people into this prison. They're stuffing that loyalty prison full of people. I mean, it is working, I guess. Okay, these houses are still not full. But also not empty. It's not looking good. I mean, the population growth is even slower than last year, but I think that's because of the low happiness. Happiness was higher last year, now it's at around 50%. Satiation went back up. So see, that issue solved itself. It's even better than before. I'm not sure what happened, but crisis averted. That was a pretty big drop. Could happen again during winter, I guess. Maybe I should just start making people into alcoholics. Maybe we should try that test in this run. See if we can get people addicted to alcohol and boost happiness that way. It might be worth a shot. If we can turn all the orphans into alcoholics, maybe that would do it. Don't want it to raise criminality though. It's pretty rough. At least not right now. Hello, Hailstorm. Welcome. Looks like we ran through quite a few serious cases now, so they can focus on medium and minor cases, which should be a lot faster to do. It could spell another burst of prison visitors. But maybe we're on top of things again. Hello, Lucky Leader. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Up to 60% addiction will be fine, but with all the pollution, hospitals will need more capacity at that level of booze. Welcome, Raiders. I'm the Sprite. We're playing our MegaCity 19 run. We're currently seeing if the Republic is recoverable or not, because we're having a death crisis. We're heading a crime death spiral turning into a population drop death spiral. And apparently the people don't want to live in a city that is heavily polluted and has a lot of crime. How was Mandate Order for you? That looked kinda like you were saying, very Manor Lords-esque. But in China. Seemed decent? Excellent. But it was early access, I think, right? Yes, early access. I'll wait, I think. So yeah, we're having a little bit of an issue with people with... We have a lot of people with 100% criminality. Trying to solve that right now. Apparently our setting for dealing with major crimes was to just not deal with them. They were rejected by the court. I don't know when that setting took effect, but... Yeah, we had a little bit of an issue. At some point, unbeknownst to us, because we weren't checking that statistic. So the Republic was doing fine with like less than 1,000 crimes per year, and then at some point, 2018, over 1,000, 1,100, 1,250, 1,500, 1,670. So yeah. And it's September and we're at 1,076 right now. So early access tutorial videos are still in Chinese? Oh, okay. I will wait then. No one brings me coffee in bed. Sad life. Maybe I should put my coffee machine next to the bed. I drink coffee too rarely for that. You would never get out of bed, like you would wake up, drink coffee and fall back asleep, according to what you were saying. Would be a very dangerous precedent. So yeah, we're on a recovery attempt for this Republic. This Republic is based on the idea that we want to set up a mega city, a large continuous settlement, only one city that has everything. In this case, a lot of polluting industries directly in the middle of the city. We want to set up one city with only horse carriages, steam locomotives, and a couple trucks to help. But transportation is mainly focused on horse carriages, and we do feel it every now and then. There's a lot of traffic jams happening. Sometimes when trains get stuck. It doesn't happen often, but it does cause issues. We're also currently undergoing a wear and tear issue, where we're doing so much construction that building repairs aren't happening. Everything is kind of like a bit problematic right now. Where are all construction offices picking up workers from anyway? Here. Ah, okay. That's fine. They should make it. Birth rate increase research done. The loyalty setting doesn't even have an effect anymore, everyone's just going here. I think I'll turn that university off again. They can go to the other one if they want to. Seems like the courthouses have caught up now too. So maybe they can work in tandem with the police station, where newly court cases will actually be handled correctly in time. We're still struggling with the volume of cases, but we need to focus on the serious crimes. Those are the important ones. So if the police station just lets minor crimes sit, that's fine. Serious crimes are the important one right now, because I want to catch the serious criminals that have 100% crime under their belt. Like Bulgakov, Maxim Timorovich. Krishin Lavr Grigorovich doesn't have 100% criminality. We could cancel that, I guess. This doesn't seem as important. We should focus on people with high criminality. Hello, Diamic. Welcome. We missed 2 submarine streams yesterday. We're playing Wolfpack for once. Okay, get this police station running again. Soon our issue will be lack of steel for building maintenance. I think I'm gonna put this delivery train into a park position for now, because we're not doing any rail construction. We'll just have to hold off. How's this one full? This isn't full at all. I think the majority of our construction offices aren't doing anything because we're not providing steel for the workers in this area. Hopefully that is not going to happen. I don't want to start importing steel. We might have to. Maybe that would help with the maintenance. Because if we're gonna have collapsing buildings, that would be even worse. Importing steel? I know. I know it sounds preposterous. But maybe you can see the issue here. And steel is very cheap right now. So that's what we've been up to. One import of steel, please. Let Scarlet do something. I mean, what? Why? That's how it feels when someone talks to you in German, without your consent. That's how it feels as Diamic. Now you know what it feels like. Yeah, I don't have the workforce to produce steel right now, so we will be importing it. Should not be that dangerous to our economy, since we're already taking out loans. It's going to accelerate it by a couple 100,000 rubles. Not even that. Like, if we check the price for steel, it's 4,300. That's like nothing. Maybe not nothing. I mean, it starts at 500. But we also divided the prices already by 100. It's October, population growth will stop again soon. Happiness is up to 52, that looks pretty good. There's a lot of prisoners. 3 escapes already. We'll open up another prison. If we stabilize through this winter and get to the same population count coming out of it during spring, summer, when the heating plants stop, we might be okay, but if we have another population drop like we had the last 2 years, we're going to be ending up below 10,000 people very soon. Oh my god. What's happening? You have the right of way. Get out of here. Non-working tram system is not on my agenda right now. I guess some people with 100% criminality will also show up in this prison. If we can turn them fully non-criminal and 100% loyal, I would be okay with that. All of these will have low priority. Go and do building maintenance first if you can. No serious crimes in this one at the moment. We see no serious crimes, that means people are not significantly affected by them. I mean, you could also hide them, but that's not what's happening. I hope I didn't misclick. In a courthouse. Oh yeah, I did misclick. This system is... Somehow those sliders misbehave for me so badly. I don't know when I'm misclicking in here, but certainly 25 years of a prison sentence for medium cases is a lot. I don't know when that happens. It's like a Republic Ender. You're in here for life, so you're not gonna survive. You got like 12 years of sentence total, and a life expectancy of 3 more years. Enjoy your stay, I guess, in the loyalty prison, where it's propaganda day in, day out. Hello, Neo Contra. Welcome. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna see anything this year yet. I don't even know if we're gonna gain the benefits from increased population, like the increased birth rate, because I don't think there's gonna be enough people surviving through winter to make that count. Next year might be the important year, now that crime is being tackled. If this will start going down, hopefully. Yeah, 2021 and 22, very good years. The courthouse did a lot of work, except maybe the police wasn't able to handle everything, so that's why the courthouses weren't overloaded anymore. Well, we'll see how the crime develops next year, I guess. Let's see if we can survive until next year and not have too much of a happiness drop again. That happiness growth looks very promising, though. That looks pretty good. If we can translate that into productivity for ourselves, that would be nice. We believe, yes. MegaCity 19 has been designed with stability in mind. 53%. Let's hope that heating is not going to be an issue for any of the heating plants. With the low amount of population in all areas. I'm going to have to be cautious of that, I think. But yeah, pollution, who cares? Everything's already doused in pollution. It would be nicer for the average lifespan, but it also gets rid of criminals faster. Just need to make sure that very criminal people don't have children. Then everything will be better. That seems very cold here. Okay, we do have steel for the maintenance of buildings now, which I hope will have a positive effect in building repairs. Oh boy. Come on, get stuff repaired, please. I don't know why you're undergoing reconstruction right now. So yeah, it's a bit stressful right now. If we have a lower population drop, then maybe the resulting recovery will be quite good. It's just that every time we run through winter, we lose a lot of population normally. But a really good time gaining population. Then we went over the crime threshold in 2019, I guess. Then everything went quite terrible. 2019 is when our crime started increasing. Okay, the courthouses are back to normality. Police stations, not quite. We need to make sure they deal with the serious crimes. The minor cases don't matter, so I'll let these run out. That's okay. Probably cancel them even, so they can focus on the serious cases specifically and not put any effort into minor crimes. Medium crimes they can also attempt. Oh, that was a serious case. I finished the case while I was clicking. Happiness dropped back down to 52. Probably because I cancelled so many cases. Yeah. Priority is the serious crimes, then the medium crimes. If we want to incarcerate as many people as we could, the minor crimes would be the best option. But no, we need to deal with the serious criminals. Kayova, Ida, Yanovna, 100% criminality. Another one to lock up for at least 4 years, maybe longer. If they're not already in prison. Oh, they're in a building right now. A residential building. Lock them up, please. Before they can cause more crime. Working in the kindergarten? I don't think so. 4.4 years. A lot of crime to work through, but it is seemingly trending downwards now. Because with 2 large police stations, I think we'll be able to handle it. I would not want to build the small ones. But the small ones will act as a early vanguard, informing us that something is going over capacity once everything has returned to normality. I am thinking that we are going to go back to a recovery state. I think we are going to recover. I'm being hopeful. We do have plenty of food to run this for like 2 or 3 years. So the food warnings of the food factory are not a problem. We do have plenty of food in reserve. Over 1,000 tons. It's just the food factory should make enough food. If possible, but it's not currently critical. The winter suffering begins. The Great Cleanse. Killing everyone who's disloyal. It's a purge. Currently everyone is disloyal, so it kind of fits. I'm gonna hydrate. Right. Let's make sure nothing else goes kaput. Heating is one of the important things that could cause us a lot of trouble if some of the heating plants do not get enough workers. Looks okay though. At minus 10 degrees, I don't see a flicker of temperature yet. Seems pretty sturdy. But of course, as population might drop during winter, that could change. I don't know what's going on with the baby rate. That looks like anything we had, unlike anything we had before. At least it's not dipping down during winter to the before times. Hello Thorgrim. Hello Dentrussi. Welcome. Another 100% criminality. Sianosova, Nelia, Anatolievna. Still got trouble saying that. We're running out of mechanical components, which should not be a thing because the mechanical component factory should always still be working. I guess I've not been running the mechanical component factory next to the rail vehicle production line for a while. Population drop halted? No. We're in the year before we find out if it works. The happiness drop has been halted though. Happiness seems like it's trending upwards now that we're dealing with crime again. We had a gain that was about 3 times as high as the one we had last year. It looks promising, but we're not in the clear yet. So the police station is dealing with 83% of the cases, which is sufficient. A couple of the minor crimes are running out of capacity, but that's okay. We were thinking about instituting a program to increase alcoholism in the Republic to boost up happiness. But I think it would still incur a loyalty drop when people get shanked because of alcohol-related incidents. We've also got a little bit of a looming death situation above our heads in regards to building maintenance. Because things are catching fire and not getting repaired fast enough, so that is a thing too. And at some point a building that has been put into such a situation is going to suffer that again, our sewage treatment plant is at 70%. No. No, those are all flats, never mind. If it's the sewage treatment plant that gets hit, then we're toast, I think. That would be very, very bad. Steel mill. That's treatment center. Oh, the water treatment, right. The sewage treatment is running at reduced efficiency, and some sewage is piling up, but with a couple extra workers that is going to get fixed. It is still balancing itself to be sufficient. No backlog in the pipes yet. But no chemical consumption in this building anymore, which is good. Still planning on getting rid of. Once the month rolls over, the courthouses and the police stations will have their case numbers for the year reset. I don't care about the small police stations, they're basically just taking over tasks that will never finish. So we're still not dealing with all serious cases, but we are dealing with a lot of them. And if we see an overall decline in serious cases for this year compared to previous year, we should be on the right track. We'll drop all minor cases. No point in dealing with those at the moment. We're below 14,000 population. We'll take like a stock of the statistics at the end of the year. I am mostly worried about the building situation. There's a lot of buildings that are worn. Good work. You know what? Cancel all of this for now. We'll deal with this later. Get the construction officers away from here and let them deal with other things. Just maintenance right now. Get it done. No other construction. Brick flats have a priority, because they deal with the happiness of the population inside. We got another week, and then we can maybe check the statistics for crime. 85%. Are you not allowed to get a replacement vehicle from the border? You should be. Oh no, you're not, because that comes from a western border and we don't have those. Yeah, that is a bit of an oversight, I guess. Why can't I tell you to go there? Button is missing. No, it's there again. Strange. Anyway, we'll unload. No, you're not gonna load any. We're gonna go into storage. We're gonna unload all the vehicles here for now and have them available as replacement. Since we're using the same vehicles as our export. Just send like a collection of them into a vehicle depot and they'll be able to be used for replacements. I'm not using the ones inside a vehicle storage normally. There'll be a lot of new vehicles that they can use. I think we have to do more than that. It's basically secret police vehicles for us. Not a huge demand for that. I guess we can empty out a couple more. Okay, it's January. Let's look at the statistics, I guess. Baby rate held steady. Child rate is declining during winter because we don't have enough orphanages. We've dropped by 500 people already. In regards to crime, last year, we have to compare it to other years. It did go down a little bit. Serious crimes trended down. The courthouse also picked up work again. So yeah, I think 2024 is going to be the important year to see if that trend continues and if the population recovery now triggers into effect this year. It looks promising, at least happiness-wise. We will see. Missing resource food? Yeah, that's just a warehouse at the production facility. That's just the city supply. I mean, at some point it might affect this shopping center, which would be unfortunate. But yeah, we're still supplying. The main supply of the city is still filled with 250 tons. I don't know how you were allowed to move out there. Because this is a regular signal, not a chain signal, apparently. Sure, that's fine. Oh no. Put it out. Don't accelerate it, put it out. Doesn't have to undergo new repairs yet. Recently got repaired. It's a water purification plant. Use the water at the site. Lots of crime during winter. So much crime. How can water factory burn anyway? There's water everywhere. Like a fire in an indoor pool, I guess. Yeah, there's a lot of crime happening every winter. Hello, still alive? That's what we're trying to figure out. That's this stream. Will it continue? Or are we in a death spiral that is unrecoverable? So far it looks promising, but our population has dropped by another 1,000 people. But if the population drop can be recovered this year, it's hopeful. If not, we'll have to wait another year, and I don't know. I mean, once it starts affecting our heating, we're gonna be in big trouble, but so far heating is very stable. Mostly the crime we're trying to deal with. We are helping there manually, cancelling minor cases, letting medium and serious crimes be handled by the police, so they can go to the courthouses and lock them up. for a while. Because we want to get the people with 100% criminality. And a lot of them are found in the serious crimes. Higher education down to 26%. There's another crisis we're gonna have very soon. Thought about it. It's probably caused by food delivery issue and that caused crime wave and overwhelmed your policing. We had no food delivery issues. Mega Monkey's just seeing ghosts. We had a food delivery issue after the crime wave was already in full effect. The crime basically started building up in the last 10 years. When in 2018 we had a population explosion, that's when the population increased so much that the crime wave started taking over. So I'm blaming the population spike in 2018 with insufficient police handling. And I don't know when the setting happened where when I set the courthouses to not deal with serious cases anymore. When that one was set to 0 years. That let the crime build up in the background. Which was not ideal. I wanted to test where we're only handling serious and medium crimes and we're just letting minor crimes slide. Because minor crimes will always happen. They don't deserve a prison sentence. But that would be for a different republic, because here we need the minor crimes to be handled so that we can have more people for potential loyalty gains. A sword. Republic is in another crisis. Capitalists want to ruin it by making price of electronics very, very expensive. Oh no, who could have predicted that? Good thing that I am using now recycled plastic and imported parts to make my own electronics. Excellent. Yes. That is a very unusual situation with the electronic prices going up. I don't know how you could have predicted that one. We don't have any issues with electronics. Let's export oil, solved. Sometimes the oil price is so low that you don't even get anything. Plus you will have to switch it to US currency at some point because you're not going to get any money in rubles. Except if you refine it, I guess. Winter crime is still very, very bad. But there was less crime last year than the year before that, so... Is it looking good? Not really. We're down to 13,100 people. Am I still hopeful? A little bit. could have guessed I. 2025, my game's probably capitalists are making AI bubble. Everything goes up it like crazy. True, true. Tend to relocate people that live in high crime buildings and spread them. Nah, we're not doing that. Oh, the TO is okay. TO? Tech offices? Yeah, tech offices are fine. I mean, it's mostly all green. Just one building overloaded a little bit. It's fine. These are the small storages we set up. They're fine. I got all these workers and resources gamers. When are you gonna join Scarlet? Still waiting for you to pick up the hammer and sickle and do stuff to people. That sounded way worse. So happiness drop stopped in April. We're in February right now. We were 51%. 51%. We had the same happiness the year before. So we stopped the happiness drop. Maybe? I don't know. Winter crime is still serious. I just swap population because of crime. Right now it's fine, but regenerate cities are full of criminals. We'll try to relocate them soon because my farming city is almost done. Okay. Trying squads until morale improves. I don't think we can do that. We lost a third of our population pretty much. We'll have to guide the police for another year, maybe 2 years, to focus on serious cases and medium crimes, making sure they do not spend any effort on minor cases. Because that's misguided. And see if they can keep up with it. Crime is highest during winter. The productivity is hurting policing. It's mostly the lack of workers. Because of how low the population has dropped. Not a lot of people left in those houses, and the second police we set up would really benefit from some workers in this area. Which is why I was thinking of reducing the amount of workers in the technical university so we don't have too much staff and not enough professors. But we also had a looming higher education crisis going, but I think that could be recovered by increase in birth rate. Because the other universities are seemingly doing a lot better. Well, that might be overstating it. We need more people. We need to fill the staff slots. Lock up everyone with high criminality. It's for the best. I still want to know all the crimes that are happening inside the city and have them run out of time, just so we know how much crime we actually have and we can compare proper statistics. Because if our police stations don't find the criminals and it just looks like we don't have any crime, then that doesn't really help us that much. But yeah, it could still be the end of the Republic. I mean, it's still trending downwards. Roughly. Very rough. We're going to employ drastic measures and start shutting off the secret polices. To make sure the highly educated workers work in important buildings. I don't think that should spell a doom for our highly loyal area, but it might. I don't think they'll let anyone move in, only the people released from prison. That's a lot of extra workforce, highly educated, that can go into existing facilities. Try and balance things. Can you check for pollution? I mean, I have pollution monitoring towers, so here you go. That's what the inside of the city looks like. Nice and red. As you expect. Going a little bit over the housing, but not too much, because not a lot of production right now. And in here also. Very lovely. We did actually get the technology for pollution monitoring stations. Let's open up the medical university. It's an easier walking distance. We'll have to run it with the checkbox. And provide a little bit more education, because the medical university is actually better than the technical university, so we should just switch over everyone. The medical university compared to the technical university. This technical university, 135 people for 45 professors, so that's a ratio of 3 to 1. 3 students per professor. Medical university is 4 to 1, 140 for 35 people. So for general education, we should probably rely on the medical university. Get the most efficiency out of things. Okay, temperature should not be an issue anymore, so we're in March. This year, and like the last couple of years, productive age workers is going down as expected. Didn't have a drop in babies until recently. Children dropped. So population decline with the parents leaving. Happiness is declining again to last year's level. But it's not dropping in general. We didn't have a satiation crisis, a food crisis. Government loyalty dropped more. Alcohol addiction is on the rise, which might deal with the happiness. Cultural enjoyment is down to 90%. The other police station needs to also work, otherwise it's not good for us. Okay. My enthusiasm is a little bit dampened. Doesn't look great. Happiness is actually dropping again. $50.5. Is it holding now? No. Reconstruction of the loyalty prison, excellent. One of the statue there is Lenin. Yes. Every statue is Lenin. Every single one of them. The biggest, I mean. I want to. Oh wait. If you mean this one, that one's Nicholas. That's a different one. But the big one that is inside the city is also Lenin. It has to be. Crime recovery will be slow. Now the food warehouse at our train delivery area is empty. Next one will be the food supply inside the city. And then we'll have to start using our emergency storages. Unless the food factory picks up the pace at some point. %40 happiness, 100% loyalty. Let's go. Loyalty to prison doing a good job. Loyalty will stay at 100. Happiness might drop a little bit based on the settings inside the prison, but should overall be okay. Culture enjoyment will be at 0, but that's fine. They can get that once they get out of prison. That's maybe also why our culture enjoyment is dropping. Then again, the other prisons do not have a huge culture drop, because they're not running on loyalty. I think the crime numbers have reduced in quantity. The police stations might not be able to catch up even with the minor crimes. You need to focus on serious crimes. So yeah, our crime wave comes in bursts, in very, very big bursts every winter. So if we notice the police stations, even the large ones, having an issue during the beginning of the year, that's a good indicator to say that yes, we're moving into a crisis. Or we should investigate if a crisis is happening. With continuous population growth, it is very likely. But we're not undergoing continuous population growth right now. Enthusiasm for alcoholic beverages is at an all-time high in recent years. What's going on? We need more steel? No, we still have steel. Okay, I don't know what to think. I mean, we're still losing population a lot. But if we're keeping it to 1,000 per year, we're at the rate of normal population drop during winter. The one going out of 2021 into 2022 was the largest one we had, from 18,200 to 15,100, losing over 3,000 people in 1 year. Then the year after that, 16,300 to 13,700. 2,500 people. And now we're looking at another pretty significant drop. It's not just 100, it's not just 1,000 people, still looking at a 2,000 number. And the birth rate increase can't really recover us from that. But we're giving it this plus another year, at the very least, to see how it goes. But I think once it starts affecting our heating, once those population numbers are down that much, at that point I think we'll let someone else take the reins. Stop dealing with minor cases. I still wish we had more management options for the police stations. Not a thing right now. Why is there so few workers here? Does this whole area also depopulate? Yes, these houses are pretty much desolate. Do you think the developers could still tackle stuff like more micromanagement options for the police force? Would you rather not expect any major changes in mechanics like these? I don't think they're going to do major changes unless what they have planned for DLC, and I don't know what they're planning for that, so I don't think they're going to do a major DLC for existing systems, I assume. But I don't know. There might still be quality of life features coming with that. I currently have no idea where they're going to go with more content. Kind of impressive that everything is kind of like coming together when the city falls apart. Even the building maintenance is right on cue. Mega Monkey might be right when with the statement that it was basically bursting at all hinges. It's a service crane that is fully worn but still being used. 2 of them even. 3 of them even. 4 total are still being used for construction. Epidemic, why not? All the prioritized maintenance was done, so we'll keep going. Actually, you know what? Do it in the order you want. It's fine. Now that the construction officers can focus on maintenance, we'll let them do things their way. Global pandemic affecting 16 people, 22% health drop. On average. I need to trigger the research for birth rate increase sometime in winter, so it finishes in spring, summer. That would be the best timing. We're below 1997 levels of population. It's like the last final dramatic panorama shot. What could be the last series? The last, not series, the last episode in the series. Could you show the money graph? Money's not important. I thought we already said that. What money graph? We made money until we didn't. 2010 is when money making machines stopped. Currently, I'm not worried about money. I probably should be, but I'm not. Why are there so many fires? Why is it burning down the building so quickly? Yes, please send more firefighters, thank you. Maybe. If you feel like it. Before the building burns down. I don't know what your fire station is. Maybe this one? No? You didn't send out your vehicles at all? Would you care to? No? Can't tell you to... Come on. Too bad you don't have fire trams. Yeah, it's a shame. What is going on with this firefighting progress? Thanks for massively damaging that building. Thank you. I'm not gonna modernize, you can't force me. I think if they made the police station work extremely efficiently, the problem with that would be that the player can't really mess around with the settings of the police station anymore to try and fix anything. I'm not sure if that would be good or bad. I would like to be able to set the police stations to just be very efficient, but maybe in the grand scheme of things, giving the player the ability to just panically click a bunch of buttons in the police station to try and solve things is okay. By the point you have multiple of them. I'm not going through all of the small police stations because I think that's just a waste of time. They're just there to reduce the amount of cases that go to the large police station. So this year, for the current time frame, January to April, we can check our crime statistic. $508. Was 514 the year before that, and then 567 the year before that. I don't know. It did go down. 67 serious cases, 67 the year before that, 37 the year before that. And currently we have 54. Now is the population growth gonna kick in with more vigor, with more force? Happiness has dropped below 50% now. Did so last year too, briefly. Health is looking better this year, slightly. I think we're gonna have a better population growth this year because the life expectancy is going up quicker. Not lingering in a valley for as long. I went down due to lower population? Maybe. That is also true. But it did hold steady from the year before this year, like last year and the year before that. The amount of serious cases was the same even with the drop in population. Don't destroy my hope yet. The maintenance offices serviced by picking up resources from the rail construction office will run out of steel at some point. And the other resources too, since the train for that is currently not running. We're using up more steel than we're producing, still. And we're not running our road vehicle production at the moment. So if we're gonna have a wave of crime each year during winter time, that does increase the issue, of course. I'm not sure what triggers the crime rate at that point. It might be the pollution. We don't know the loyalty of the people in these houses, but presumably that's good because we're still getting loyalty gain. It might not be good though. Could be better. I mean, once their loyalty in those building drops, they're still allowed to work inside the prison. I guess that's one of the main issues with not having a secret police there. But hopefully the amount of loyal people in the area exceeds the amount of people with low loyalty and unknown loyalty. I should have gone for the really sad music today. That would have been a lot more fitting. End of a republic. But it's also okay to be cheerful about what's to come. Something maybe a lot more dirty and sinister. Or something maybe a lot more silly. I don't know what I want to do with workers and resources next. Experimentations with alcohol could be on the agenda. Doing just a chill village run with no goals until we get bored. Those are the worst though, because you don't really have a goal, so every time you end one of those you're like, it's you who are putting the Republic down, not predefined. Not a predefined limit. And who knows, the next stream could have been the best one ever. And you just stopped streaming that run too soon. City will still be a great background for dystopian film directors. Yeah, I can believe that. Well, it doesn't look great. The birth rate, the population growth is not kicking in like it used to. The death waves are getting smaller and smaller, but they're still present. So we're presumably going to have another population gain up to like maybe 13,000, and then it's going to start dropping again. And the healthcare, the policing is insufficient. I think I have a save before the crime wave happened, but I'm not going to roll back. Horror films? Yeah. This is what capitalism would do to you. They can make a horror film about capitalism. So we'll still have, I think, 2025 maybe? I don't know. Once seating collapses, it's pretty much over. The loyalty prison is slowing down in its efficiency. 80% loyalty. It was undergoing building maintenance. It might recover. But it's also not looking good for it. I could restart the secret police in the area, I guess. At least the secret police here. Wish I could limit it to just these houses, these 4 buildings. I would have to build it very weirdly to make that work. Oh yeah. No other secret police will run right now. Higher education down to 22%. Okay, happiness dropped further than it was before, almost down to 48%. Loyalty at 30.5. As a player, you'd also have the option to instill religion sympathy in people. What happens if you give them maximum religion sympathy and then you have enough attraction buildings to actually fulfill it? Yeah, I'm just running after things. I'm trying to keep the police focused, but the second large police station is also not really getting enough workers anymore. I could focus more workers into the building, but then other facilities might suffer. Game should be challenging and fun. Being in a death spiral is not fun. Oh, that depends. I like it. You can I don't like games where where there's no chance to lose. And in this game, losing is usually through a death spiral. So I'm okay with it. I don't want a game like City Skylines that you just build to make happy and pretty things. I want to build pretty and sad things. That barely scrape by an existence. Well, that's personal preference. Not everyone wants to play games to be challenged to the brink of failure every time. But we kind of chose that ourselves for this. The amount of challenges I piled onto this run were growing a lot. Yeah, population growth is not happening, we're just stabilizing. It's June, it's still hovering at 12,400. It's basically looking worse than last year. When it's good, we're getting population stability in February, and then growth in June. When it's bad, we're getting population stability in April, and then growth maybe in July. That's why I like Alien Horizon. When you land, clock is against you as you can't yet make the thing you need. I haven't played it in a while. I just really like the worker management, the feeling of it being more about the group as a whole than individual colonists. It's been a while since I played. You could definitely fix this with new migrants with improved loyalty. Migrants from the east. Would be very expensive though. I mean, this run has provided ample time of fun. 144 years in game. 1880 to 2024. It has been a very long series. I'm gonna blame the summer. The summer heat playing during 30-degree weather is probably what caused this republic to fail. It was not my fault. I've compiled a list of days that it was too hot at to actually play. And we can blame those. Education crisis into massive population growth into crime wave. What a disaster. Hello, General Run. How's MegaCity 19 recovering, or is it not? Currently it doesn't look like it is. It's June and population is hovering around on the same number. Happiness is 49%. It looks like we're gonna have another death wave. And then that's probably it. I thought it looked like it was recovering, but we just had a massive decline in happiness again, and it's not looking like it's going to change because we're past May and happiness hasn't started recovering yet. So we had a short moment of what looked like to be an improvement, and then it stopped again. Without an end, there would be no change. Alright, Dr. Scarlet. So we're here for the ride. Towards the end, it looks like. We're gonna go into 2025, and presumably we're gonna have a massive population drop, and I think that would probably be spelling the end of the Republic. I don't know if it can deal with 10,000 or less fewer people. The heating has been quite stable, but services are running at the brink of collapse. Food supply is not sufficient. Could be better. Where people are unhappiest, perhaps those quarters could be shut down. Oh, I think it's just general unhappiness. It's everywhere. It's all around. We can start deactivating buildings to try and guide them back to our original spaces, I guess. But that will also shut down some other buildings. I mean, this prison isn't even running anymore. Some around 30%, while others are around 45%. Yep, that's all still below the average of 49%. There's a couple holdouts with higher happiness. But lots of areas are declining. Just general discontent from being affected by crime is my assumption. Well, population growth has kicked in by 100 people. It has until October, and then pollution is going to put a dampener on that again. looking for people with 100% criminality. Currently going through the justice system. So far, 79% seems to be the highest. There's 100%. Buzanova Natalia Alexandrovna. If only that misclick didn't happen, whenever it happened. Setting these serious crimes to not be handled by the courthouses at all. Oh well. I just cancelled all minor crime cases by setting it to 0 years for a brief moment. Why can you misclick like that? In the courthouse, right here. It was set to 0 years for serious crimes. I'm going to do that right now because it's going to cancel all my cases. So I clicked somewhere on a slider, or I clicked on a different window and that was overlaying this window and it somehow set the slider. I'm not sure how it happened. But yeah, those sliders were also usable by mouse wheel at some point, so when you did something like this, scrolling over it, it suddenly modified the value. That doesn't happen anymore, but you can still click on it. Something that triggers a lot of serious criminality during winter, and if they're not handled, they will spiral out of control. Almost going into our emergency reserves on our food supply. That is a lot of shoppers. Still plenty of time to get everything done, and had 1 hour to themselves at home. And that was one of the last persons at the queue. So much wasted time. Gained about 300 people from June to July. It's barely gonna make a dent. Seems like it does not have the desired effect. We will see how bad the population drop is going to be during winter. And then the additional happiness drop will probably seal its fate. Very robust though, even with all the population drop ongoing, it's still running okay-ish. It's just that the crime is really putting the nail into the coffin. Okay, loyalty prison is running again with reasonable amount of loyalty gain for the inmates. Higher education hovering around 22% is pretty low, but anything over 20% should be okay. And there's another epidemic. We're also getting hit by epidemics very, very frequently. It's just like, I think we had this run an epidemic every year pretty much, on average. Might be related to the pollution we're running. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm not necessarily unhappy about a dramatic send-off. Do we auto-replace the cranes? Did we run out of cranes in here? No, but they are also not looking so good. You will load tower cranes. Get them out of there. Hello, Hank. Welcome. Back to MegaCity. Great to see you. Well, we're running the city into the ground right now. It's been on a death spiral for 4 years now. And we're basically running the city to the end. And it looks like it's not going to be recoverable. Not without getting migrants, and I don't want to get migrants. The average lifespan has also been trending downwards each year. Population control, it's mostly crime related, I think. Which caused too much unhappiness. I mean, it started with a education crisis, which resulted in a population boom, which overloaded our crime and justice system, and it's not recoverable. That is the gist of it. So we had a significant population increase to over 19,000 people, and at that point our crime started skyrocketing. So we had about the same amount of crime each year. The population growth was relatively recent. You can see the population spike in 2019. I mean, I assume you could see it. You might not have been able to see it because I might have been in front of it. Ah, you can see it to the left there. That spike there. 2019. So crime below 1,000. Then 2018 we had a slightly elevated crime rate. Then 2019 happened, and then 150 extra criminals, 250 extra criminals or crimes. And then we tried to deal with it, but yeah, it's not really, was too little too late. More courts, more prisons. We already have enough courts and prisons. We didn't have enough police stations. And there was a misconfiguration where the setting was not set correctly to actually deal with serious crimes. I don't know how long that has been misconfigured. I guess I can load the old save. I made a save game for checking pollution in 2020 on the 1st of January. And I made a fire test save in 2021, but that's yeah, that's the Republic, but it's modified. So we have a save from 2020 when the crisis was basically brewing and starting to take hold. Once we declare the Republic expired, then we can maybe load into that save and take a quick look if the setting there, how the police stations are doing and if that setting is already present, because by that point we would already have a ton of people with 100% criminality sitting around just causing havoc on the happiness and loyalty of the population. Hello Mary Mentis, welcome. Could it be linked to game changes related to the last update? Could also be. I don't think so, but could be. We're having more issues with fire though, that's for sure. Not really game ending issues because we're still dealing with it, but some fire problems. Fires seem to be more dangerous these days. Maintenance is slowly catching up. I don't like the way the police works at all. It just wastes so much time on not doing anything. And you have no way to configure stuff other than build more police stations. At least you can change things in the courthouse. It was a fun run. A very long run, but it was a fun run. So yeah, we're gonna see if there's any dramatic change this year or if we're just trending further downwards. I thought we were recovering because the happiness seemed to have a nice little good spike. Where it looked like, oh yeah, we're recovering, and then it's just trending further down. But maybe it's the first spike before we actually recover. There's still a chance, who knows? It doesn't look like it though, because the current happiness recovery is a much flatter trajectory than the previous one. Only 13k people. It's one of the cities I like almost most from you. Unlucky to see that run dying. Yeah, but it's been a really long run. I'm also unhappy of it dying, but I'm also not unhappy because of it dying, because I am happy to be able to maybe do something else. 100,000 people goal was too much. Mega Monkey still not asleep apparently. Or awake again. Thank you. Why did I kill the city? Okay, you know what? We're gonna check the save game right now. I'm interested. I'm gonna save. Let's go back to 2020 because I accidentally have a save game from that when I did some pollution testing. 1st of January 2020. Let's load that save briefly. I want to see if the courthouse is already set incorrectly at that point, which I assume it is. And none of the courthouses are handling the serious crimes, which I think is the reason this whole thing happened. Oh, look at that. Nothing. But yeah, the setting here is already incorrect. That was right at the population spike. This might be a recoverable save from here, but yeah, that's just... This might be when the serious crime wave happened. Unfortunate. Oh well. But it is available. I don't know when that setting got changed. Somewhere, sometime, I clicked that serious cases not being handled on accident, and yeah. No, we're not going back to that save. Save scumming ruins the run, yeah. I knew it was recoverable. Of course it was recoverable. But we're not using that. Save scumming is not a recovery. Otherwise we're just gonna win all of all challenges. Or we're gonna get sick of loading save games and cancel runs. The beauty of the runs is that they are one continuous run, where save game loading is only done if there's a significant incident in regards to a game bug, for example. Or a really drastic misclick that was announced to not have happened instantly. Not a, oh yeah, I meant to do that last year. That doesn't count. But yeah, it's kind of like a nice save to see if you can basically recover it at that point. It's right after the highest population point from the Republic. It's kind of interesting. But I don't want to go back and replay another 4 years. Sorry, Mega Monkey. I mean, this run might still recover itself. We don't know yet. We're doing our best we can. I even forgot when we noticed the wrong courthouse setting. Was it a year afterwards? Or was it in 2020? We still got 1.5 months of population growth. We're at 13,000. If we can get back to the same level as when we started dropping population, then there's chance, but the growth graph doesn't look that dramatic. So I don't think it will. We'll never recover if you don't load that save again. Well, then the run is over. Another failed republic. But at least it was a proper challenge. Thank you for the follow, Mighty Mouse. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Don't pet the Mega Monkey, Scarlet. It's gonna scratch you. Burn this Game Boyless town to the ground. I don't know if I'm ever going to get electronics for my cities. The fact that we can get loyalty up to 60% without any electronics is just making me want to do a loyalty run again. Where I can focus on loyalty and not pollute the whole city. But I also want to build cities that are just polluted. Just not maybe as polluted as this one. Like a clothing factory in the city, no problem, I think. Maybe the heating plants shouldn't be directly in the city. The lack of Game Boys drove the citizens criminally insane. Should I start importing Game Boys right now? Do you think that's gonna recover the city? I would hate it so much. If I give them electronics to recover and then I'm going to take them away again. That would be amazing. It's making electronics. I would just buy them from the border. I would not produce them. I don't have the time for that. I can't set up a factory for that right now. We would start importing electronics by train. And it would be absolutely disgusting. Do I really want to do that? I mean, it's an emergency service. Feels so wrong. Okay, I guess we're gonna bring electronics to the shopping center here once. Oh, it feels so bad. Okay, well, it's a last attempt. Why not? We're gonna bring electronics to this shopping center. $15 tons of electronics, Jesus. It's gonna be so expensive. September 7th, 2024, the beginning of the electronic revolution. I mean, I would take that away from them again after it has aided the recovery. They would not be able to keep that forever. That feels like violating a core principle of this republic. actually importing electronics for the citizens. This market hall is gonna get overrun by visitors, I just know it. No, don't wait until I'm loaded. 15 tons of electronics takes so long. We can just visit again from the long train depot. Well, we're gonna have to start using our emergency food reserve. That's good. Is the point now proven that you can't have a megacity without electronics? No. No, definitely not. 60-year-old bread? Yes. Canned bread though, but it's fine. Oh, they can eat that bread. Hopefully it won't burn down. Oh, it's disgusting. Okay, what do we expect the money, the financial investment to be? I think we're gonna run out of money importing this. I think we're gonna be out of money after this. Oh no, that wasn't that expensive. Only 2 million. There go my principles. Train robberies, yeah. Someone's stealing our 15 tons of voodoo graphic cards. Should be hard to fence since nobody's supposed to sell electronics. Yeah, it's only going to be in that one store. $2 million rubles. People are going to be so happy. Wait for the game to now increase the electronic prices since you now import it. I mean, that's just going to be a thing. I'm not going to regularly import electronics, but the electronic prices are just... that happens even without me importing them. Like, electronic prices just continuously go up. Ridiculously high. Horse carriage crusher crossing working to full effect. That's disgusting. There's no food in here, but there's electronics. Enjoy, you bastards. Can people substitute meat for bread? No. Bread is kind of mandatory. They will eat meat, but I don't think it keeps them filled. They will complain about lack of food. Look at those greedy bastards buying all the electronics for themselves. Despicable. 1 kilogram of electronics, please. Oh god, the happiness. Don't let it be. I don't... Nah, it's still normal. Population drop will happen soon. Happiness, no, it's not spiking. No, it is not spiking. There's a small bump of happiness, less than last year. Game Boy Utopia. Yes. Now the Republic has recovered. Everyone's gonna buy a kilogram of electronics, and that is how they will recover happiness. And now we'll watch this store get overloaded, because now there's also food here, so that a lot of people will run into a crisis of not getting enough food. I'm interested in the challenge run of no police stations and maybe boosting people's happiness with alcohol instead. Können Sie nicht mal eine zweite Kasse aufmachen? No, sorry. Go to your self-checkout. You bugger. Alright. So population grew by like 1,000-ish. 12,400, 12,400, 300 to 13,200, and now it's flattening out again. Which is similar to what we had before. A crime wave is very, very dangerous. Electronics, self-checkout should be possible, in theory. You can also do a self-checkout without electronics. You just need to put the money in a pot, and it's a per trust basis. Like, by trust. This Republic, I hope it crashes and burns now. I gave them electronics. I don't want to see them anymore whatsoever. I'm gonna start using the bulldozer tool, hold down control, and just drag it over the city. That's my mindset right now. Yeah, sure. What do you think caused the crime wave? I don't think it was self-checkouts. If everyone would just be honest and trustworthy, yes. They want a kilogram of electronics. Because they know it's limited. Those limited edition Game Boys are flying off the shelves. One more delivery, more Game Boys. Keep the shelves stocked. To be fair, even just a radio weighs a kilogram usually. True. I mean, we're selling basically coils of copper wire. It's a 19th century city. We're not cheating. It's coils of copper. They can experiment with some magnetism, maybe. I don't think they knew about that back then. Surely they must have, because that's how they generated the electricity. I was doing the electronics import and now the police station is all messed up. There we go, that's better. Did you still first buy radios? Yeah, it goes in order. Like the electronics value is a value from 0 to 3. With 1 being having enough electronics to count as a radio, 2 being televisions, and 3 being computers. But they basically increase their own electronics value. You currently have 0, and once the shopping is done, you will have some. Now you have 0.17 electronics, which doesn't count even as a radio yet. So they need a lot of electronics to get radios. It's 2024, they might be watching crime tutorials on TikTok using Starlink. Possibly. Very likely. Well, how to do a crime? No, you need to name it properly. You wouldn't believe how to do a crime would be the right title. That would be clickbait. I would like the ability to ration electronics, so they can everyone can buy 10% electronics. Everyone gets 100 grams. So they can't complain about not buying electronics, but it's going to be limited. How to import a kilo of powdered sugar into a city where candy is illegal. Copy that to ChatGPT and see if it gives you a sensible answer. You might have to replace the word illegal with something. I don't know if ChatGPT is gonna be sensible in its answer if we would use Merrimentus's question. That would probably be way too silly. Alright guys, I think we're gonna go into winter with not a lot of success to show. Now that the city has been polluted with electronics. Crime is just out of control. The city can't handle pollution and a crime spiral, that's for sure. Importing electronics doesn't really give them any loyalty or happiness, it just prevents the loyalty and or happiness drop from that they couldn't get electronics. No more courthouse. Population number is down to 13,000 and below. 2 courthouses should be able to handle that. Maintenance is finally catching up. Only half a page of buildings over 40%, with only 4 of them being over 50%. Horrifying. I disagree. Running out of food, bring out the electronics. I really like this delivery system for the large shopping center here. For the market hall. I really like this one with the train. In the future I would build it where the... oh, apparently the game didn't like me selecting that. In the future I would build it in a way where the refrigerated storage would be hooked up to the shopping center directly, so the unloading station would hook up into both. But other than that, it works quite well. Now that the unloading station is even better. Oh, I think the problem might have been that I tried to copy that one. I think that might be a reproducible issue. Almost 4 minutes. Let them eat Game Boys, yes. Let's see if that's reproducible. It might crash again. Nope, didn't crash. Okay. But yeah, that building got a redesign. So this one doesn't have only one factory connection either side. This one has 6 factory connections now. I mean, the issue would still be the shopping center. We need to find a place to have the meat storage go into the building as well as the train station. But I think that can be arranged. Send out the Game Boys. I would be very upset, sort of, if it actually starts recovering because of those stupid electronics. But then you have like a way to run a republic without electronics until there's a crime spiral, and then you just start importing electronics to stabilize things. That would be such a weird... I don't think I can turn that into a workers and resources meta. I don't think I can get people on board with that. Yeah, you just build your city around the heating plant, like in Frostpunk. And when your people cause too much crime, you start importing electronics. I don't think that's gonna fly. The sheer cost of the electronics would make it untenable. I mean, it would be a one-time import to try and get this population stable again. It's not a continuous thing. We imported 15 tons of electronics for 2 million. They will be out of electronics very soon again. Oh no, why is the happiness at 52? Stop it. The happiness is going high too late, because now the increase in birth rate doesn't really help us. But let's see. That's gonna be, I think, the last winter we're gonna go through. And if we have a significant population drop again, we're just going to... I don't want to go through another winter. It's just taking too much time. I guess we could fast forward with the speed controls, but I don't like using those. I kind of want to run a shunting yard, but that wouldn't work without mods. Because there's storage here, the coal reserve could be a train, could be some shunting yards. Where we just drop coal cars into a rail distribution office that looks like a rail platform. And then we pick up the coal cars to bring them to the MegaCity 19 center for unloading coal, and then drop the empty cars at a different platform. Could work. One day, yeah. I think the amount of crime is increasing. At least it feels like it. This year, last year, this year, we had 1,400 cases. And last year we had 1,288 cases for the same period, so crime is going up. Blame the food supply interruptions. There's no food supply interruption. Oh well, maybe the market hall, but I needed the time to put the electronics into the building, so that's the only building that has interruptions. I blame not enough Game Boys? No, we're not getting more. This will be the end. I'm not gonna rely on electronics. It was a one-time thing. It was a gift from our Eastern brother. Or sister. people buying and selling bread on the darknet. Dark breadnet. We've micromanaged the police station for 4 years. It's not happening. The serious crime is too entrenched. I would be interested to see if we could fix it off the 2020 save, but I don't want to. I think that would be the perfect place to try it though. Let's see. 2000. I think the save was from 2020 in September. So yeah, that year it was already increasing by... That was basically the first year it increased. We got 20 more serious cases in 2019 and then 30 additional serious crimes in 2000... sorry. 2000... Oh, this is like a weird way to make it count. There we go. Oh, that's why it's doing that. Here we go. 2019, 727, 786, 960. So yeah, it's basically the right time to put a stop to it. And the police stations weren't overloaded at all. They didn't have any outstanding cases whatsoever at that point. They might be able to. They would probably be able to recover it at that point. I really think it was that setting in the courthouse. But I will never know because I don't think I'm going to go back to try it. Maybe I could try it for a stream when I'm really in the mood of workers and resources. But I don't want to do anything stressful. Then I would load that save and play through 2 years and see what we could recover as an example to this run. As a comparison. Tempted to slap that at the end of this stream right now. Go over to the other save and see what we could have done if we knew about that setting. If it's really just the serious cases just running out of control the year after the population spike. Would some additional small police station help? We have 2 additional small police stations and a large police station. The amount of population is too small to handle any of this right now. We're back to 53% happiness. Oh god, the happiness spike. No. Don't let it succeed with the electronics. Now I don't want it to succeed anymore. The Republic is tainted. I mean, look at this. Like... Look at this. It's disgusting. We had an accidental import, but we exported that right away. But here's like citizen facility usage. It's disgusting. Okay, the last ton of electronics making its way to the store before it runs out. Oh, our citizen electronic levels. We got 9 radios distributed. Nine whole radios. We gave the population 15 tons of electronics and they managed to scrounge together 9 radios. So some people were absolutely hoarding. Why is the happiness spike higher than last year? That can't be because of the electronics. Don't let it be. It must be. 54%, Jesus. That's amazing how much tonnage is needed, yeah. Well, one more look at the shopping center, 2.1 tons left. They're not gonna get any more. And the people know it. You didn't even have time to buy electronics. They wanted to buy another kilo. Just going speed running through all these stages of electronics grief. I don't have any electronics grief. I'm having electronics regret. I should have never imported that one load of electronics. The whole run is tainted, it's all over. What a sad end. Could have recovered it without the electronics, but now they're all like... Now they have all felt what it is like to have electronics in their hands, and now they're gonna be super upset. Now they're gonna be even more mad. Why is this year's population downward graph so flat? Why is it so flat? It's not a spike like the last 3 years. A downward spike. Is that the recovery we've been hoping for? I'm not going to touch the police stations. I feel like if I cancel a lot of cases, a bunch of people are getting upset. Because I think it adds a bunch of unhappiness at once. Because they have an unhappiness for crime, and I think the crime unhappiness is based on the cases that get cancelled as well. Don't have any proof for that right now. But I feel if I were to cancel all cases, I think happiness would go down a lot. So I'm not going to do that this year. But yeah, happiness is quite high now. Is the loyalty prison still working? Yes. The loyalty prison is as robust as ever. Because it feeds itself. Running a little bit low on general population count.
There's 2 houses full. 150 people running 20 workplaces is good enough. I should build another prison right next to this setup. I would definitely build a loyalty prison right away in the next republic. I'd have to get it started with migrants, but it would be so cool. You don't need a prison when you play without the police. That is true. Then I would have to get my loyalty from orphanages. Or in that case I would probably go for massive alcohol addiction. Try and keep people happy. Forget about their issues. I don't know if there's a happiness gain from drinking alcohol. Or if it's just a reduction in... like... what actually gains them happiness? Is it all the elements at the top? If alcohol addiction gives them happiness, then... maybe. So far we've only been thinking about what gives them unhappiness. Satisfying demands. Yeah. So if they have a lot of alcohol addiction and we can satisfy it, we can generate additional demands that we can easily satisfy because alcohol is relatively cheap and easy to produce. And it can also help with the overpopulation by reducing life expectancy a bit. The last 250 kilos of electronics are being sold right now. We're up to 36 radios now. I feel like if I were to start a run in workers and resources and would switch to modern start 1960, I don't know what I would do because every truck I choose would just be way too efficient. Happiness from alcohol has a limit because of its negative impact on health. Health doesn't cause unhappiness. The ability not to visit a hospital causes unhappiness, but drinking doesn't cause unhappiness. The health? I don't see that here. That would require testing. I don't believe you. I think you just didn't have enough hospital capacity. .1% starving? Yeah, that happens every now and then. Some people get on a tram and take the wrong exit and, you know. In a large city like that, it's bound to happen. Especially if it's just organically grown instead of designed. Indirectly drinking would cause unhappiness because it increases crimes. I also have not seen that yet. Crime actually increasing because of drinking. I'm not sure if that is true. Oh, I didn't want to cancel anything. Oops. Das doesn't want to admit they need more food supply. Why do they need more food supply? I guess we can check the satiety again. There's one at 98, but that's about it. Because it's got 18 people. And the adults are fine, it's just some children not getting any food. Like, the babies aren't getting food, who cares? 82% satiety. 65%, 79%. I think it's just a couple babies starving, it's fine. Adults are all fine. See, they're all getting food. I don't know what you're complaining about. Just a couple babies without food. That's not under my responsibility. As long as the adults are at 100% the workers. I don't know who is feeding them. How do babies get food? Not during school time, I would imagine. Maybe they get fed when the adults have free time at home. Maybe that's when they can feed their babies. Or it might happen at the end of free time, like everything else. Yeah. Parents' free time ended, and the baby got a 4% boost of satiety. So the feeding of the baby is done by the parent, not the baby itself. I don't think the baby might drop in food supply at the end of its free time. No, apparently not. I wonder if, yeah, I guess it would need to be tested to see if parents spend all their time outside, running from service building to service building, and they can't be at home, then maybe then children are not getting fed. Maybe that's an indicator that something isn't right. If we check in here, there's someone who has a little bit low satiety. 98% is fine. But I hear the children are a little bit worse off. 68% is pretty low. Let's see what your working shift entails. And then maybe at the end of the parents' time, if they don't have enough time to do whatever they want. You actually have some food. You start at 49%. You probably went and bought more than you actually needed, so you wouldn't run out. Stop buying food at the restaurant. No wonder your children are starving. You should stop getting takeout. Well, you got your food. Now what? You're not gonna be at home in time, I don't think. You're gonna have to take the tram to a sports facility, and then I don't know what's gonna happen to the child. Ah, the child got food. So I guess it was whenever the parent can't buy enough food, then the children become malnourished. Close the restaurant? No. As an attraction building, that doesn't even do anything attraction-wise. I'm gonna close it. Why is happiness at 55%? Stupid electronics. Unbelievable. I'm not gonna import more, no. I refuse. It's 38 too many, or it's up to 45 radios. I don't know how the radio number is increasing if there's no more electronics to sell. Population drop 400 so far. We have a... Oh, you mean like from, let's say, October. So we had a population drop from 13,200 to 12,800. Last year it was from 14,400 down to 13,600, so more than that. Almost double. I don't think loyalty increased as much. It said it was only 1%. I don't like it. It's a tiny bump in loyalty. If we continue this republic, I'm never gonna live it down that I had to import electronics. You're not gonna ever let me live it down that I imported electronics, is what I mean. It's gonna be horrendous. It looks a lot more stable because the end of the population growth is not a peak but a flat, shallow surface. And forever rent-free and does his head. Yeah. Pretty much. I think we're gonna have to import another load of steel. Make sure that the maintenance doesn't become an issue again. We have caught up with maintenance. Only 2 buildings over 40%. Looks good. And we're gonna start with construction of new elements right now. Population count doesn't really warrant that yet. What do you think next round of workers and resources you want to try? Massive alcohol addiction. Using orphanages to deal with crime and boosting alcohol addiction, while also trying to run it without a police system. To see if we can get happiness so high that they just keep having children even with rampant crime. Could build some more monuments? Maybe. Republic of Gopnik? I don't know what that is, but maybe? Wait, I do know that name. Isn't that like a slur? Did you make me say a slur? No, never mind, it's not a slur. Member of a Russian, Ukrainian, Belarusian youth subculture. Young people from low-income, working-class backgrounds. People squatting in public. Stereotypically Slavic criminal use? Ah, okay. So kind of a slur, but not really. Squatting and eating sunflower seeds. Get to a culture building right now. Excellent. Russian meme city? High unemployment, high alcoholism, basically city that became ruins. Basically some Slavs calling that way pathologic youth. Well then I guess sort of, yeah. Basically replace the pollution issue with rampant alcoholism and try and turn that into a successful republic. The first city would be built around a distillery. And we would probably not do an early start, but modern, 1960. Just to mix it up, so I don't have to deal with horses. Or we could do early start and just not do horse carriages. Why is happiness that high? Stupid electronics. You know, it was all the people who wanted electronics that started causing crime. That's the reason. We're down to 18% higher educated. That doesn't help. Yep, 18%. Picking up steel right now. Okay. Building repairs, sure. Is heating still okay? It's January, it's pretty cold right now. Heating is fine. Minus 15 degrees. Oh, it's dipping a little bit, just a tiny bit. Some of the heating plants are not running with sufficient workers all the time. But overall it's still okay, but we're nearing the limit of that infrastructure. I don't know. If it looks like it recovers now, I don't want to go to another year though. What are we gonna do? Ah, it looks pretty bad now, never mind. It's December, it kicked in. 250 population loss, still on track with it being better than last year. The population loss is gonna decrease because we're just gonna have less population to lose, but I think it's gonna be another step down. Because at the current rate, the population loss is going to continue up until April. You believe in me? You fool. How could you do that? How's productivity looking? It should be slightly increased because of the happiness. Slightly increased compared to last year. 57%. Dropping again because winter. People getting mad and upset. Didn't say they believe in you succeeding. That is true. You got me there. Alright, I mean, if we're dropping down to 11,000, I think then the heating would be affected next year, and it's already having tiny dips. We could shut off some heating, I don't know. Not without another emergency UN shipment of Game Boys. It's not gonna happen. Ran out our goodwill with the UN. I mean, since these areas are becoming unpopulated, that also means the fires are going to start taking hold and might burn things down that are vital or not vital, I don't know. We're just not spreading out the population as much and trying to keep them into the original area, which is the eastern side of MegaCity 19. Which seemed to be more stable. Without micromanagement, the police station just doesn't catch up. It's just extremely inefficient. Needs constant babysitting. Secret police is struggling to keep up? No, I disabled all secret police except the ones next to the loyalty prison to make use of those workforce more efficiently. We don't waste them because they're not doing anything right now. So secret police is deactivated everywhere except in this area. Back to 55, yes. Without Game Boys, but what's the population gonna do? Still got 2 months. We're down to 35 radios. And up to 36 for some reason. I don't understand how the electronic system works. Blame the current administrator. Who pollutes the city center? No one. Unless you want no heating. We're barely doing any work here. Unless you want a settlement that doesn't have any heating. Gotta put the heating plant somewhere. Okay, well, You guys are talking so much about Game Boys, maybe we need to do a Republic where everyone is supposed to have computers. So there needs to be so much electronic saturation that everyone must have a computer. Would be ridiculously expensive. Workers and Resources Gamer Republic, yeah. Pretty much. Cyber Horse Cow Run. I haven't even done the cow plant run yet. The happiness gain is worrying, to be honest, because it might recover. But the population drop is still very high. Cow plant. Cow-powered power plant using the biological waste and fertilizer to run a power plant that is waste-powered. Having so many cows that make so much waste that you just run a power plant based on that. Unless you make electronics yourself, that would be a lot of production chains, but still would need a lot of people to run it. And then the production chain to make the electronics requires more workers, which requires more electronics that you have to feed to get them to have computers, so you need more workers, and I don't know how much that spirals. February. We're to a new low, probably going to drop below 12,000. So some leftover to sell and finance the needed resources now? Probably. Never really delved too much into electronics production. Plus the production methods become less and less efficient. Since people in your republic are very strange and only care about the amount of tons they can buy in electronics, not the amount of quality. So as soon as you get into SD cards and that stuff, they want like a kilogram of SD cards and it gets ridiculous. The UN shipment of electronics probably helped a whole lot. But it's currently not holding the population drain yet from the crime wave. Very much depopulated. Couple people still living here. How much time are we gonna give it? I don't think we're gonna get to the winter. Unless we make a decision where to call it as a... it's unrecoverable. A continuous electronic stream is not going to happen. That is not the plan. Oh yeah, AI supercomputer. AI cloud computing taking hold in the Republic, that is not going to happen. They're just gonna get really upset about the AI generated pictures of monuments. We can't have that. Yeah, I've pretty much resigned myself to the fact that this is not recoverable, and I believe we will call it. So, I think we're gonna put a cut in here for the run. That was MegaCity 19. A run that got ended by a wrong setting in the courthouse, I think. And I don't know when that happened. Also fun run. It would have happened sooner or later, like a population spike causing a crime wave was very likely to occur. But yeah, was a good run. Never again 100,000 population goal though, not with a challenging one like that one. That was too much of a goal to achieve. Very fun though, learned a lot. Pollution is not as scary as it seems, especially if you keep it a little bit more sensible, but I don't know if the future is going to be sensible pollution population interactions for me. I might try and push it in other republics a little bit more. Not on the MegaCity, but like one city with like a waste incinerator at the center and just a bunch of disloyal people just running that facility. Could see that happening. Anyway, so we're calling it here for this run. More workers and resources in the future. But yeah, I think it's probably just going to continue trending downwards. The Game Boys could not save us. Alright, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed the series. I'll be looking for a raid target. 125 years of MegaCity 19. Farewell. Yeah. North Korea on 2.0. Maybe. Maybe. Let's see who we can raid. It's just German and Cyrillic other streamers, so I do not have anyone, and a Portuguese streamer. I do not have an English raid target in the workers and resources category. Amish Republic failure today. I'm not gonna get any more electronics for any Republic in the future. I think the next Republic in Workers and Resources is gonna be a loyalty-focused Republic without electronics, where we will try and refine our setup with the prison systems and the orphanages to try and get over 60% loyalty going. And yes, lots of alcohol too. Mandatory alcohol consumption, basically. But only... well, I can't really do both. But at some point the orphanages are just going to be overloaded and then we can switch them from loyalty to alcohol consumption, I think. But I'm not sure yet. I might also just do a run where I build villages and spread out across a map and try to make a nice looking republic with no goal and no challenge. These rarely happen, but who knows. I might be going to oxygen not included again. I think we will. We're going to raid over to oxygen not included, someone called Sunny Side. Let's see what they're up to. Fortunately, no one in workers and resources category streaming in English. The Great Republic of Bosnia and Romania. Yes, that sounds like a potential run. Anyway, as always, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be back later, maybe a little bit earlier today, I'm not sure yet. Maybe I'll take a longer break. You know, there's no time schedule here. I don't know what we're going to do in the afternoon. Probably not workers and resources, but I expect that to start again at some point next week. I'm just gonna have to think about it. Anyway, if you want to stick around for the raid, going into oxygen not included. It's a base building game, also 2D side-scrolling, like other games we've been playing in the past. I have streamed it in the past, I mean, you might remember what it is like. Very detailed, very cutesy. In any case, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.